meeting of 26th of August, 10:30 a.m., number 858 to order. Councillors, I'll start with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city. And Father, we give you thanks for all the protection and support for our councillors and our families, so that we can absolutely serve a city with clear conscience, clear mind, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem. Australians, all let us
rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is God by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Please be seated. Councillors, attendance apologies. Everyone's in attendance, so all good. Leave of absence, nil, Mr CEO. Condolences, I go to Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I rise today to pass on a condolence motion off my thoughts to the Love family on the passing of Mr Bevan Love.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, Bevan Love was a very humble, salt-of-the-earth country boy from Pimpama who worked tirelessly in our community his entire life. He was one of those true characters in our area that no matter what the initiative was, if it was good for the community, you could count on Bevan to take your call and be happy to give his time and energy. Bevan was a massive supporter of social sport and was integral in establishing establishments such as the Beenleigh Sports Club. He was an exceptional cricketer, but an even better tennis player. And I'm told, Mr Mayor, one of the only times you could really get Bevan fired up was on the tennis court. Bevan was also a massive believer in not just preserving, but telling the stories of local history in Pimpama and the surrounds, especially the stories of its timber milling, dairy farming and general farming history. There is a rather extensive history centre at Pimpama State Primary School full of local artefacts, photos and stories that he was one of the biggest champions of collecting. He would regularly be seen down there doing talks with young students in the school. Mr Mayor, Bevan also had a great love for the Rural Fire Service. His tenure in the service began in 1970 and spanned an incredible 52 years, concluding with his retirement in 2022. Bevan's dedication to the Pimpama District Rural Fire Brigade and later the Ormo Rural Fire Brigade was deeply rooted in family tradition. He followed in the footsteps of his father Roy, taking over leadership responsibilities at the Pimpama Rural Fire Brigade and continuing the legacy of service and community care that his father Roy had established. Bevan's transition into this role was marked not only by his operational experience, but also by the true respect he earned from fellow volunteers and the broader community. You would have thought this was enough community service, but there was one other great passion that Bevan had in our community, and that was the Pimpama War Memorial and the annual Anzac Day service. Bevan was chairman of the local committee who organises this service every year and was also the MC of the event for more years than I can count. What started a long time ago as a small service for a few hundred attendees from the old local families is now a service with over 5,000 people attending. Bevan was truly proud of this event and the organising committee. He was truly proud to be connecting new residents to the important war history of our North Gold Coast area. It will be a very weird Anzac Day service next year to not see Bevan standing in front of that war memorial. Both of them have been constants in our community for so long, but now Bevan's service is finished. Bevan Love truly and deeply believed in the power of service to uplift both individuals and communities. He exemplified this throughout his entire life. He was surrounded by an unwavering family support. His loved ones stood by him through countless times on the fire ground, at community events and brigade meetings. It wasn't just Bevan, it was Bevan and his wife and their entire family in behind all these initiatives. Mr Mayor, on behalf of my community, I thank Bevan Love for a genuine lifetime of community service on the north end of the Gold Coast. Rest in peace, Bevan.
Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to take the opportunity to echo Councillor Hamill's sentiments this morning. I actually served on the Pimpama Anzac Committee alongside Bevan for many years and worked closely with him in the development of that service and everything that went with it. And to his wider family, to Beverly Gordon, our sincere condolences.
Okay, Councillor, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to be added to that.
Councillor Peter
notice,
Young
thanks.
and Councillor Gates.
Thank you.
Next, condolences, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that a motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy be forwarded to the Cilia family. I think that might need to be spelt correctly, just to correct the spelling there, on the recent passing of Mr Sam Cilia.
Is the spelling correct?
Just in the two, it's Cilia. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Doran.
Mr Mayor, Sam was a long-time volunteer at the Rotary Club of Bundrabar, and he was one of those selfless, quiet volunteers who was always at community events and was a catalyst behind the Rotary Club of Bundrabar, donating more than $10,000 probably every year to local community initiatives. They regularly had their barbecues at Bunnings, as many of the community groups do, but I'll remember at every street party, Sam would be behind the barbecue, cooking a bacon and egg roll for locals, raising money for the Rotary Club, and he'll be sorely missed in our community, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor, I put motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Right, councillors, there's two mayoral minutes today. The first one is the Bundle Precinct Master Plan. Councillor, I move that a priority investment project be undertaken by Invest Gold Coast to review council's asset holdings within the Bundle Precinct, including the Hotter Precinct, and develop options for consolidated Bundle Precinct Master Plan with IGC to report back to council by early 2026. And Councillor Tozer?
Just a question. I just the phrase priority investment project isn't entirely clear to me. Could you just help me understand what that is?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. So at the establishment of Invest Gold Coast, we also created a procedure whereby council could direct Invest Gold Coast to do work, and that was a priority investment project. So there are already a number of priority investment projects in place. The arena is one, Miami is another. That's the language we now use if we want to direct Invest Gold Coast to do something as a project.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Flower?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you to the CEO. Do we understand how many separate work streams for priority investment projects that Invest Gold Coast in this current team and resources could manage? Because I'm under the impression there's quite a few going on at the moment.
Again, through you, Mr Mayor. So it's our expectation, well, firstly, this has been discussed at the board level, and so there's an expectation that this will be coming, and there was certainly a strong view around the board table that this was a piece of work that Invest Gold Coast should be doing. Secondly, that's why we have the contested funds, councillor. So it's our expectation that a discretional bid will be put in for this work, and it will be funded from that discretional fund by Invest Gold Coast.
Councillor Flower?
Just to follow up, Mr Mayor, if I may, is it the intention at this early stage that any master planning for the Bundle and Hotter precinct is done at a cost neutral or as close to ratepayers?
Yes.
Councillor Gates?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Just the first dot point about the potential relocation of the chambers, could I ask through you, Mr Mayor, if that's a fait accompli or whether this report will come back with some costings and suggestions for the council to consider about the potential relocation of these chambers? And the reason I ask is because at a committee meeting this week, in the past week, we had a question about the length of time proposed for long-term, medium-term and short-term. And the proposal was that there was, and I can't remember if it's confidential, so I don't know how far to go with this, but can you just answer my first question, please?
So the matter of the relocation has been resolved and funded. So it was resolved in April and it was funded in the last budget round. So the team is currently working on that, and I think there isn't a desire to come back around and show you the work that's been done, but a decision has been made, and the city administration is acting upon that decision and the funding allocation that was put in the budget at budget time.
There's a budget allocation.
It was in April, I'm pretty sure. Nick, you might be able to help me with the exact date. I'm happy to provide the resolution, but there's definitely been a resolution of council to move, and it's definitely was funded in the budget in this round.
Sorry, I was aware it was funded in the budget. I don't remember the decision being made that we would definitely do that.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to provide the decision to councillors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The question that immediately comes to mind is, early 2026 is not too far away. Invest Gold Coast, as Councillor Fowler indicated, has got a big body of work. What's the hurry, and why won't we extend this out, make it enough time or more time to make a better assessment as to the outcomes, given there's also a body of work happening with regards to long-term planning in Southport, and maybe these will align. It feels like it could be quite a tight time frame to meet early 26.
Look, I think the intention is to come back at that point I've got the acting CEO right behind you who's nodding. I think the intention is to come back with high-level concepts, certainly not a detailed master plan by that stage. It's really just to come back and say, at that point, check in and say, how's the work going at that stage? And in consultation with Invest Gold Coast, it was determined that was enough time for them to get some high-level concepts to be able to be tested here. Certainly, and really, a detailed master plan is not going to be able to be completed in that amount of time, Council.
And really, to get council's input.
Yeah,
I think. Otherwise, it's fait accompli. Before all the work's done. If we came in later, and then by the time the council input goes in there, there'll be a lot. Don't want to undo anything that they've done. Council Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr CEO. So I've just got two very quick follow-up questions. In the master planning, is it possible to ensure or have some reports back around the protection of the investment return on the acquired corporate centre? It was
that would be part of it.
And part of that question, Mr Mayor, is if there is any intention to occupy that space that would weaken the investment proposition. So I'd like that to be considered as to whether or not there is intention at all on the return on investment.
Look, the short answer is yes, absolutely. In any master planning or any decision making around either pieces of land, we're going to have to ensure that we protect the city's investment, and in fact we enhance it is the overall plan. So, and our tenure and our future tenure of that property has to be factored into that decision-making, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. One last question. In the this round of committee meetings, there was a report around the performance of Experience Gold Coast, and it had an element of it which was about the cultural precinct, which I don't wish to go into because it was confidential. But if you could take on notice, or the CEO or the team doing the work in regards to the master plan, that the performance of the existing cultural centre asset be ascertained and included as part of any modelling in the future to ensure that we are creating something that's fit for purpose. I know it's part of the report, Mr Mayor, to make sure that we are doing something that is actually being utilised.
What you're asking is what's going to be contemplated.
Right.
Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. For some of the newer councillors, they might not be familiar, but my recollection is prior to 2016 and then maybe prior to 2020, there was some resolutions of council that related to what I'd describe as master planning or maybe concept planning for the Hodder precinct. To what extent is this process proposed to supersede that or integrate those former decisions of council?
I think it'll be integrated.
Yeah, sure. So there is no way you would want to, for lack of a better term, throw the baby out with the bathwater. That work was really important. It's had a lot of community consultation around it. This is designed to supplement it. There may be some minor tweaking, but anything that happens needs to be now looked at holistically, given we have two large land parcels next to each other. And I think that's the intent of the Mayoral Minute, is to make sure that we have a single master plan over the whole of both sites. But the starting point will be the outstanding work that's already been done on the master planning here.
Okay. Mr Mayor, would it be too much to ask for the CEO to provide all councillors, particularly the new councillors, with those former council decisions about the old master plan,
Sure.
just so that can help inform how we might perceive this project
Take
moving
that on
forward?
notice.
Yep.
Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Some months ago, I had a briefing from council officers regarding the proposed Lyric Theatre, and it was put to me that there was likely to be a report presented to council, and that would be seeking a significant rise in the capital allocation for that project. And we haven't had that report, and I'm just wondering if that will comprise part of this work. That
It will comply.
yes.
Pass.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, whilst I accept that there is two big parcels of land that are close by and the future planning for the city's corporate needs is important, I personally did not support the acquisition of the corporate centre. That's in the minutes. I don't believe that there's anything wrong with this chamber, and for those two reasons, I can't support the precinct master plan, accepting that this is a body of work to do some planning around what we do with an important asset, and I accept that. In regards to the culture, with regards to Hotter, yes, I'm aware that there was and is currently a master plan, but for those two pieces of work that I didn't support, supporting this now would be in contradiction of my previous and currently held view, and for that reason I'll be against the Mayoral Minute today.
Yeah. Fair enough. But once I'll close the debate. But once some decisions are made, give an example, like the mode of light rail stage 1, for instance, that whether it be rapid bus system or light rail, and the decision was made to be light rail. I came into office. I was a rapid bus person, but I know that the light rail was made. Then basically the variables of the games has changed, and I'm a proponent of a light rail now because that is the way it's gone. Similarly, I use that as an example where a council's decision is made. So from there, I make a decision based on what's left on the table. Council together have made a decision to acquire the corporate centre and the surrounding land, which has great value uplift. That is potentially another 2 towers, I think. I could be wrong by one, but my point is this, that that's now in part of council's resolution. And so my assessment now, moving forward, is that the corporate centre is a council acquisition to value uplift what we have now, whether we do a PPP on the extra towers or whatever it may be, to incorporate the one big precinct, that is call it the bundle precinct, which includes this, and to see what other value uplift that can happen. I know the master plan that has been tweaked a couple of times, but the main master plan was still there on the Hotter, and Councillor Toes asked that be get the update on the previous decision, which we'll all get, but it's already there for you to access. My point here is that to look at the overall, to see what is the highest way we can increase the value of the bundle precinct is the best return that we can do for our ratepayers. And on the smaller details of whether or not moving this chamber to across the road may unlock a much bigger value uplift. So that's what the master plan's about. It's just to look at it clearly, the whole lot of it, and see the land holding, which is a huge parcel in the middle of the city, to see what other opportunity that we can do, whether it be PPP whether it be additional ability to get advocacy on our lyric theatre, because we've got a clearer plan to move ahead. And really, it's to do this master plan there, it's well invested for Invest Gold Coast to have a look at it. We've got very highly skilled officers there and a board there to run their eyes over it. So the timing's right to see the next move that the city should make. And with that, I recommend, councillors, that I ask for your support on the mayoral motion. The debate's closed. I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Minute.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Okay, against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Gates, Councillor Doran.
Carry supermajority. Councillors, have another mayoral minute here. What I'll do is I'll move the mayoral minute, and then I'll move a procedural motion to go into close because of commercial and confidence, and I'll ask CEO of Invest to give you a small presentation, and we'll go from there. Councillors, I'd like to have the minute on the screen, my mayoral minute. Thank you. For viewers, if you can read that, otherwise you can listen to this. 1, that this mayoral minute be deemed non-confidential except for those parts deemed by the CEO to remain confidential in accordance with section 171 brackets 3 and 200 brackets 4 of the Local Government Act 2009. 2, that Council authorises the CEO to enter into the option contract outlined in this report for the purposes of undertaking due diligence investigation regarding the subject site. 3, that prior to the expiry of the due diligence period, the CEO presents to Council the outcomes of due diligence investigation undertaken and a recommendation regarding the purchase of the discontinuation of the purchase. 4, that should the CEO recommend the purchase of the subject site at 3 above, that the recommendation be accompanied by an appropriate funding model to be considered at a future meeting of the Special Budget Committee. That's the motion. Anything else, Councillor, Mr Cilia?
No, nothing I can say in open, Mr Mayor.
Nothing you say in open. Councillor Gates?
Sorry to do this, Mr Mayor, but could I ask through you if to the CEO if Canford Properties are still involved in the sale of this site?
I might need to ask. Through you, Mr Mayor, I might need to ask my colleague, the acting, and just if you come up, Dave, if that's okay, Mr Mayor, because I'm
sure.
Transact.
Can you ask the question? I'll put the question to David. Did you ask the question again?
Through you, Mr Mayor, can you please tell me, is Canford Properties still involved in the sale of this site?
I'd have to take that on notice, Councillor.
Mr Mayor, it's just that I googled this morning and they do have an association dating back to 2013, and I believe they still have an association with the site. I wasn't sure whether you were aware, and I wondered, did you consider making a conflict of interest declaration?
Yeah. No, I don't see there's a conflict on that, because any engagement of any real estate firm through my property transaction has been paid on full commercial rates. Yes.
Previously in this chamber, I think you've described or characterised your relationship with Roland Evans as a friendship. I'm not sure how that meets, but I'm only just saying previously that conversation's come up. So I'm so sorry to do that to you, Mr. Mayor, but my recollection is your words that the director of Camford Properties, Roland Evans, is your friend, but that may or may not be the case. If you could clarify for us.
Yeah. Under the definition of friendship, if you loosely say is that person a friend, I think you've got to go to a legal definition for here. And with the legal definition, I'd say, have I been to, have I been to wedding and things like that from memory? Could you
If I
give me
might
a legal...
assist Mr Mayor through the chair.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't a legal definition of close personal relationship, but there's some examples that have been distributed. Some of the guidance suggests if you regularly meet the person for meals or social activities, visit their house or see them regularly, if other people regularly see you together in public, if your finances are connected, if you feel uneasy about making a decision that might not be favourable to them, or if you've had some disputation with them in the past, that might be a close personal relationship in a negative sense. So there's some examples that are given, but it's not a strict legal definition. It's a matter for Mr Mayor to determine.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, and perhaps Dave Edwards has been given this information now, but from the information I had seen on this while I was acting mayor, that real estate firm is not the real estate firm that we are dealing with. Is that something that can be confirmed beforehand? Because it's definitely not who's on the documents I've seen.
Mr Mayor, can I suggest we just take a 5-minute break? We'll take 5 minutes, we'll find out, and we'll jump back.
How about Councillor Doran?
Mr Mayor, just occurs to me in the discussion that my previous background in this space, I'm not party to what consultants or engagements have brought this deal in as well. So I actually don't know if I potentially have any relationship with anyone party to this deal because the details aren't here. So if you're going to go to a break, it would be good to be furnished with that information for my benefit too, so I can manage any conflicts that I might have.
Okay. Councillors, we'll take a 5-minute break. Come back at 10:33.
Okay.
Streaming off. Welcome back, councillors. Before we left, councillor, there's a matter there that was named. I think the question was asked about Canford or Roland Evans or whatever. Well, he's not to, as we're aware, he's not part of this. As far as council's aware, there's a different people involved. All right, so I don't intend to declare any conflict of interest. Hope that made it clear, and let it be noted that I also share the firm with Councillor Doran, and I think you're satisfied that you don't have any.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I appreciate you sharing that information. It satisfies the concern I had based on the previous information, so thank you.
Oh, good. Any other questions before I move the procedural motion? Councillor, I move the procedural motion that due to commercial confidence that we go into close. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. gallery opened. Could you put the recommendation on the screen for our viewers and councillors? I already read the Mayoral Minute motion, but I will reread clause 4 and 5. There's been slightly amendments since we put it on the screen. Item 4 says that a report be presented to Council by Invest Gold Coast Pty Limited on the outcomes of the due diligence investigation and recommendation regarding the purchase of otherwise of the subject site. 5, that should Council endorse the purchase of the site at 4 above, a recommendation from City Chief Executive Officer regarding appropriate funding models be considered at that meeting. Councillors, anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division's called.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemel, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Fowler, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall.
Carried. Confirmation of minutes. Councillor, someone like to move that minutes be received? Move Councillor Gates, second Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any corrections, councillors, on the minutes? No. Move for adoption. Councillor Gates, second Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillors, next item, Mayor's report. On the 27th of July, I went to St Anna's Day, feast day, at the Greek Orthodox Church of St Anna in Bundall. The service was officiated by His Eminence Archbishop Makaros. The event coincided with the feast day of St Anna, a major celebration of the Greek Orthodox tradition. Oh, look at that, eh? That's a good photo. Yeah, wow, okay. All right. I should grow a beard, shouldn't I, really, to go with it. It was a joyful occasion, as you can see on the photo, celebrating faith, tradition, and unity. And so next item, Jinning student delegation, 20 students came from our Jinning sister city of Jinning. And we signed an agreement of friendship and cooperation in 2014. The student participated in the 10-day study tour that included English language classes, culture experience, and visits the iconic Gold Coast destination. These included, with Jinning, remember Gold Coast Chinatown, where the statue of Confucius was donated by Jinning. I did tell the story to the students. When I was talking to the mayor of Jinning, I asked for about a statue of Confucius, meaning I thought, maybe 2 foot tall. I wasn't expecting a 12-foot statue being delivered in granite. And I did share the story that it was raining that day. The statue was covered by red curtains, I think for happiness. And because the rain, the silky sheet was stuck, because it was wet, stuck to the Confucius' head, and without a blink, Ted Fung, I think he was 90 at the time, climbed on my shoulder. I'm pushing him and he got to the top, unveiled it, and I'm just so happy that he came back down safely. So that's the spirit of opening the the Confucius statue, and the student thought it was funny. Gold Coast Mackay Yacht Race welcome. Councillor Taylor and Councillor Curtis were in attendance. I addressed the welcome party for the second annual Gold Coast to Mackay Race Day, hosted by Southport Yacht Club. And they tell me last year race, Councillor Curtis, you were there on the boat, going well, and you had to jump off as they, in the middle of the Broadwater, was it, or was it outside? Outside, jumped out, and of course they fished her out of there. And I asked if she would do it again, but it was fun once. Tarabudgera Creek dredging, so our annual one there on 31st July, $1 million erosion busting dredge. There'll be 30,000 cubic metre of sand dredge out of Tarabudgera Creek and transfer to pumping onto Burleigh Heads Beach. Bleach Festival. I had the pleasure of opening the 14th Beach Festival at Hotter, and 11 days of festival, 100 events, 20 curated shows, 3 world premieres and 5 Queensland premiere. I would say that this is the best bleach yet. Champion Breakfast School of Queensland Open basketball, 3,500 young athletes and supporters attended annually. It's a very, very big event. Then Mudgee Bar, Chamber of Commerce on the 1st of August. Councillor Hamill and Councillor Tozer in attendance. And we talked about nature-based tourism, the Merrimack Sewerage Treatment Plant, Firth Park Netball Upgrade, and Councillor Hamill took a lot of questions, and the harder one went to Councillor Tozer. So next one is the Gold Coast Arena Global EOI launched, and to date a lot of interest there. Mayor's Charity Ball, as they say, I had nothing to do with it there. I told everybody that night I'm the handbag, so call me Chanel, and thank you to the generosity. Mayor's wanted to pass on that the ball has raised close to about $400,000. We all had fun. Fairness and the fundamental was so good. And the people who benefit, the charity benefits Have a Feed, Oz Harvest, St John's Crisis Centre, Yes House, Men of Business Academy, Baby Give Back, Enriching Lives Foundation, White Cloud Foundation, Gold Coast Centre Against Sexual Violence, and Everything Suave. Next one is the Hydrogen Trams Media Conference. Stirred them up on that one. The key part of this is really that you don't have to do the overhead wiring of electricity, and especially going travelling or building the 2 bridges. There's a lot of loading, and for Tarabudgera and Currumbin Bridge, and I talked to the tram people and others. It's the cost of it, because you're not tapping into electricity and that infrastructure, is potentially a 20% saving in construction costs. So over to, I think everything's on the table, of course, according to the Premier, and it's just another mode option. And the other part is that that light rail can intermingle with the current light rail, so it can go all the way to Helensvale. And so that means if you on the hydrogen one in Helensvale, and you get on that, there's no mode change all the way to the airport. And if you don't want to go to the airport, just wait 7.5 minutes and get on the electric one, and get off at Burleigh. So anyhow, see how we go. Channel 7 Sunrise, Beaches Recovery, they're just keeping them updated of our cleanup, the debris cleanup, the sand nourishment, accessway repairs and water quality that we're doing across our 28 beaches. And key programs include Surface Paradise Sand Backpass Campaign, Seawall Acceleration Projects, Dune Restoration Program. That's probably the best value for money one that saved our sand dune. Gold Coast Beaches Resilience Scheme, Trud R Dredging, and Northern Beaches Project. Mr CEO, if you can pass our congratulations to all our engineers, services, people on the ground, machine drivers on the backhoe. Team Gold Coast is absolutely smashing it, and it will be, our beach is already restored, but to bring it to pre-Alfred condition, that means sand built all the way up in the northern part will take some time. But the beaches remain open even while Mother Nature has really stirring up the high sea. Connect to Home official opening. Had the pleasure of officially opening the Connect to Home event at People First Stadium. And it's a special initiative for people experiencing homelessness. And they can come and get food, clothing. If they got pets, get their pets groomed. And over 1,000 guests were attended, 82 volunteers, 50 volunteers from schools, 70 service providers participated, 260 fresh haircuts. Obviously, I'm not one of them. And 320 coffees, 800 lunches, and 1,000 pet meals. Right, City of Gold Coast graduates. I recently met with 30 Graduates Academy recipients in Council Chamber. The City Graduate Academy is a 12-month early career development program for university graduates. It offers structured professional training and hands-on involvement across 5 streams in our city: engineering, planning, digital and data, business and management, environment and sustainability. The 2025 cohorts represent the second year of the Revitalise program, which graduates currently are halfway through their placement, including 12 engineers. South Korea business delegation, and including former Deputy Prime Minister of South Korea, Mr. Jung Ho Kim, and discussion on Korean companies wanting to invest in the Gold Coast, specifically in the health and knowledge precinct, and looks like they will go ahead and invest in the in the health and knowledge precinct. Mr. Kim in the middle there, he's such a philanthropist. He's made his money, and he wants to invest on the Gold Coast. He primarily loves the Gold Coast, and he's actually relocating his family to the Gold Coast. Now, next one is the Gold Coast Central Chamber of Commerce Property Outlook. Councillor Hammer was in attendance and also on the panel, a very lively panel, and it was wonderful that they had their discussion there. Property Outlook luncheon. Launch of the Ainsley Bullion Gold Coast branch. Now they have, you can buy and sell gold and silver or metal, not just digitally. You can go and buy them in 10 kilo of gold if you want it. And so it's right here. Another major investment or company having their branch here on the Gold Coast. Cavalcade at Coral Beach Bleach Festival. Councillor Curtis and Councillor Tozer was in attendance. Anyone else was there? And the cavalcade, it rained, but it didn't dampen our spirit. And it's music with the horses dancing to the opera. It's artistically, it was fantastic. It's really rekindled to bring back opera on the beach that we had before, and COVID put a stop to that. But I think I should relook at that. It was always a sellout. And I go to our acting mayor's report. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, it's wonderful to join with Councillor Taylor to officially launch the Service Paradise Esplanade trial. This 3-month trial initially will see 250 metres Esplanade shut down from the Surf Club through to the Soul Building, and with activations occurring on a daily basis to really encourage not just tourists in the Service Paradise, but locals to get more out of that experience as well. So great to be there, Mr Mayor. Move on to the next one.
Next one.
Mr Mayor, 7 years to go to the Paralympic Games. It was brilliant to be joined with Councillor Marshall to make that announcement here at Chambers, and Councillor Marshall will be down at Pizzey Park on Sunday for the event, where I'm told he successfully got through all 7 events, got his stamps and got his gold medal. But Mr Mayor, just brilliant to see so many people from right across the Gold Coast so interested in how does the Gold Coast become more inclusive. How do we take a chance to not just grow the Olympics legacy, but the Paralympics legacy? Something I think we can be very proud of as a city together, Mr Mayor.
Oh, thank you. And fresh report, Mayoral mission to Japan. I visit the art exhibition team lab. It's immersion, music, all that digital artwork just moves around, keeps changing. It's interactive. It's amazing. I don't know how I took that photo with no people there. It was packed. So I must have shooed them away. Anyway, that's coming to Hodder. So really, I mean, after the visit there, I went, well, please conclude your negotiation because we like to, Gold Coasters, to see it. World Expo 2025, Osaka. Hot as hell. Looked at various structure, especially when I looked at the Australian. I think we probably had one of the best. That's inside the Australian Pavilion. I think we did our country proud, and that's the crew. See Mr. Lawson on the right. He was the assistant language students that we sent across 15 years ago. A lot younger then, and now he's working for the Australian government. So it's wonderful to have ideas. I've got some ideas out of that, and I'll just see I'll check with the CEO to see whether it's possible or not, and I'll come back to council for your consideration. Next group, Kontetsu Group Holdings, a very large Japanese property investor. Can't say much more than that, but I've now piqued the interest for the Gold Coast. Meeting with Mayor of Takasu, Mayor Tani. Good to see again. Sister city of we are with Takasu, and he was elected in 2012, and there's been long-standing milestone. Yeah, look at that. We're carrying that shrine. I was wondering why it's heavy as anything, because I've got 4 ladies behind me there. I'm taking all the weight. That's not a smile, that's pain. Anyway, it's fantastic. We felt so welcome. That's the kindergarten that we visit. And Mayor Tani is actually coming here in November, so looking forward to welcoming him. TIQ, Senior Trade Investment Commissioner, TAC, Adachi. I've known TAC for since 2012, and gave me the heads up of what Japan's doing, and it's looking good. I think Japanese investment is returning back to the Gold Coast. Meeting with Marubeni, Tokyo. They do a lot of infrastructure, and they're 30% shareholder of GoldLink, of stage 1, 2, and 3. And speaking out of turn, I reckon they would go with 30% holding for stage 4 as well. So, but apart from just infrastructure, we've got infrastructure projects that I mentioned, and I think they'll look at that as well. So it's piqued their attention. And then I caught up with Mitsui Fudosan, and another major property developer. They partner with Fraser Property Australia, and they built a Tokyo Dome and a mixed-use arena in Tokyo Bay. The next, Sojitz Corporation Tokyo, another major Japanese corporation, and together with Capella Capitals in Australia, very keen on infrastructure project. That's my serious look, anyhow. Then we go to caught up with my old friend, Governor of Kanagawa, Governor Kuroiwa. We get on very well, and the prefecture has a friendship agreement with us since 1990, and in that prefecture there's 13 cities, and that gives the opportunity that we're actually a friendship city with 13 Japanese cities in one prefecture. And I know the governor is, he was on television, so he's pretty famous in that area, but kindle spirit. He came here, and I know, similar to the CEO, he's afraid of heights, so I took him up the helicopter. Really appreciate that. Next one is meeting with 13 municipal of Sagami Bay, and we share. I gave a keynote speech. We share about a city living, a coastal city living with Mother Nature, and all the things that we did to protect our beach, and they share some of the solution that they do as well. And the next one, we went down to Kanagawa Life Saving Association, and we share our lifesavers. We send our lifeguards over to train them, and vice versa. They come over here as well. And two out of there is coming, and then they've got to pick another 6. They've got 20 interested people, so how they pick the other 6, I don't know, but they'll be here, I think, very soon. And Councillor, I move that the Mayor's report be welcome and noted. Second, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Right, clarification. Oh, there's one little one that I heard. We got to check that state member for Burleigh said that the people who are going to church, they can't hardly feed themselves, and they're paying parking fees, and in Burleigh, and because we move our time to 7 a.m. and but the thing is, we fact checked it. There's no church service before 9 a.m. Yes, unless there's.
Saying that the member for Burleigh didn't check his facts.
Well, I I'd say he's done a bit of a meagle-margle. It's his truth. So what can I say? Maybe it's a church he goes to at 7 a.m. I'd like to know. I'd like to go and worship with him. So anyway, clarification. I'm sure you got a whole lot more too, Councillor Hamill, if you wanted to, but let's just do it softly, you know. And anyway, and we've got petitions and things coming up. No big deal. Business arising. Next item from the minutes. I go to Councillor Hamill first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've been advised that references to the IOA matters in the recent councillor conduct resolution from the 29th of July were incorrect. So I am moving a recommendation today that just updates the formal recommendation to the correct numbers to make sure that when we make the ultimate referral that it's all lines up correctly. Nikki, so this is what I've got in front of me is now up on the screen here, Mr Mayor. So it's just a couple of numbers that were incorrect that need to be updated, so this just formalises that. So I want to highlight that the reference area and the proposed amendment to the minutes does not change the effect or the intention of the resolution of Council in substantiating 2 of the 3 matters as the 2 external investigator references, which are allegation 1 and allegation 2, were correctly referenced. It was just that the numbers, the C numbers, were in the wrong order. This now corrects that to make sure they reflect everything the way they should have been.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to one at a time, Councillor Patterson. We'll go to 8.1 and over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At the last council meeting, I made some public apologies, and I recognise and respect that council has resolved that I reaffirm those apologies today. The first one regarding 8.1, so there were 2, 8.1 and 8.2, both related to a public forum town hall event that I hosted regarding what is colloquially known as the view tax. 8.1 related to creating an environment in which the officers felt distress. I do want to reiterate, Mr Mayor, it was certainly never my intention to create an environment that caused those officers distress. And I do also want to take the opportunity to note that those officers who made the effort to attend that town hall, I have the utmost respect for. Exemplary professionals, and I do wholeheartedly apologise for their experience and distress in that environment. Regarding 8.2, that related to a phone call that I made to a senior officer after that evening. I made the statement that I thought their considerable level of pay was compensation sufficient for them to attend the end of the meeting to hear out residents. I recognise that that was considered rude and inappropriate, and as I mentioned at the last meeting, I take that on and I do sincerely apologise to that officer. It was never my intent to cause distress, and again, I'm very grateful to that officer that we have restored a very healthy working relationship. The officer's been most generous and empathetic with me, and has accepted my apology personally, but I'm pleased to be able to make that public apology now. Regarding 8.3, this related to a matter at a governance committee meeting. It related to a conversation and communications just prior to a committee meeting on removing cash as a form of payment in our aquatic centres. As I stated at the last meeting, I totally appreciate and accept that the way that I communicated my frustrations with the officer about how things were being managed was not acceptable. And again, I apologise for that, Mr Mayor.
Okay. We move on to item 9, presentation. Experience Gold Coast launch a new marketing campaign. And I think they're here, right?
Yep, but we need to go into closed.
All right. Councillors, move into close. Commercial in confidence. Councillor Doran. Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Meetings closed. the officers know that the gallery they can come back in.
Yes.
And streaming is now on. Councillors, conflict of interest, any conflict of interest globally? No, nil. Then we go to 11.1 planning. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the minutes of the 858th Planning and Regulation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 5th of August 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Second to Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that all recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Governance, Administration, Finance, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 858 Governance, Administration and Finance Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 5th of August 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 5, be received.
Second to Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Tozer.
Question, Mr Mayor. In the committee recommendation that related to the policies, which I believe was item 6.1.
Yes.
The recommendation changed such that one of the policies was deferred, and I wasn't at the committee, and I wondered why that was. Why did we defer that committee?
Yeah.
Why did we defer that
Councillor
policy?
Patterson, you can answer that.
Thank you. We did make a couple of changes to the recommendation. The first was that the controlled entities policy and beneficial enterprise policy be referred to the Audit and Risk Committee. They will be assessing those at the next Audit and Risk Committee just to provide some feedback to governance before we make our decision on that. With regard to the entertainment and hospitality policy, it did relate to the rules and regulations around councillors and the expense policies for councillors. We wanted to give all councillors an opportunity effectively to workshop that policy before we made that decision. So a workshop will be coming on that before we finalise that.
Okay. Any other items? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all the recommendations be adopted. Thank you.
Second to Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against. That's a yes, Councillor Tozer.
Oh, I did raise my hand.
Yep.
Sorry, Mr.
Against. Carry, unanimous. 11.3, Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 858th Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee held on Thursday, the 7th of August, covered by recommendations 1 to 4, be received.
Second to Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, a motion carry. Any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to take this opportunity to pose a question, please. I did write to the EGM of Business Services about item 6.1, which is Program AIR, a very important project for us altogether, dealing with resilience against natural disasters and catering for our communities. There's commentary in the report presented to Committee and Council that talks about the future of the Nerang Community Hub, and it's identified as a long-term prospect. That's not my understanding, and I posed the question to the EGM because there's been obviously some constructive work undertaken about creating a new community facility in Nerang, and that's part of the community facilities review. And the EGM was able to assure me that their thinking is not long-term, that it is a shorter-term project, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to pose that question, if I might, perhaps to the CEO.
Mr CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think the councillor has described it well in as expressed as the views of the City Administration.
Thanks, and I just want to add, thanks Mr CEO, I just want to add, I did take action in advance of this year's budget to defer the implementation of a strategic road project in Nerang so that we would be able to isolate funds and put them towards progressing the hub at Nerang in the shorter term. Thanks, Mr Mayor, for that opportunity.
Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move the committee recommendation.
Move. Seconder. Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 11.4, Economic Tourism and Events. Councillor Castro.
Mr Mayor, should I manage the remaining recommendations in the LER committee?
Sorry?
Should I manage the remaining recommendations in the LER committee?
Oh, I thought you did it. I thought you moved all of it.
Oh, so did we do all of them then?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. All I heard was that the matter that that Councillor Young raised.
I thought you said all, so bang.
No, sorry, Mr Mayor, I misunderstood you.
Okay. Is there anyone else? We're good with all? Everyone? Okay. Economic Tourism and Events. Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move the minutes of the 858th Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting, which was held on Thursday, the 7th of August, covered by recommendations 1 to 4 be received.
Second to Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show hands. Against, a motion carried. Councillor, any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Lacastro.
Move for adoption, please, Mr Mayor.
Second to Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried. Unanimous. Go to Water, Waste and Energy. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 858 Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 12th of August 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Second to Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried. Unanimous. We now go to 11.6, Transport and Infrastructure. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 858th Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 12th of August 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 8, be received.
Second to Councillor Gates. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried. Any items separately? Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I could start with 6.1, I'd be grateful.
6.1.
And Mr Mayor, the report was brought forward, I think, after Councillor Young made a request for consideration to be given to the construction of footpaths in our peri-urban areas. And the report actually recommended 100% funding by local area works should we proceed with constructing footpaths in our peri-urban areas. There's many of us who have such areas, Mr Mayor. I would say at least half of us have those types of areas. And if I could just speak to my concern relates to the existing program of works for urban footpaths, because our land development guidelines changed significantly over the years. So we're still playing catch up to deliver footpaths close to schools and in our urban areas. My hope was that I could move a changed recommendation, Mr Mayor, that suggests that peri-urban paths are not prioritised over already identified urban paths, and also that there be a shared cost between local area works and whole of city funds to deliver peri-urban paths. It's a little improvement on what the officers recommended, because they recommended 100% local area works. I feel if these should be escalated, that there should be a contribution. So I shouldn't be speaking to it until I move a motion, but I would like to move that the cost in number 2, that the cost of pedestrian pathways in peri-urban areas be shared between local area works and whole of city. I would like a new B that suggests that peri-urban paths are not to be prioritised in advance of already identified urban paths. And the current B becomes a C. Do you need my help over there?
No. Yep.
Look at against it. So that's why she's pretending like the decision was made. Gates, the Castor, Tozer, which is fine, but they didn't want to do it. It was the principle in the plan.
You want to circulate that?
I'm going to do it before this afternoon.
In advance of moving the motion, so I'm happy to leave it at that for contributions and leave what I've said as my open.
First up, is seconder anyone? Councillor Fowler, you've moved on it. Anyone speak against the Councillor Tozer?
Mr Mayor, this is terrible. This is a bad idea. The reality is that there is already an algorithm that the excellent team from Transport and Infrastructure used to assess the priority of pathways. And it just so happens that there's a number of peri-urban pathways on that list that are in Division 9. They are amongst the top 5 priorities. There are some peri-urban pathways. And some of those will be funded in part by the state government. So the reason why this is a bad idea, firstly...
Can I pause you for a second?
Of course, Mr Mayor.
Would you move an...
Would I foreshadow the committee recommendation? Yes, I would absolutely foreshadow the beginning. I hadn't quite got to that yet, Mr Mayor, but I'll definitely be foreshadowing the committee recommendation.
Continue with the speaking. Yes.
Mr Mayor, we had an in-depth conversation, and it's been, I mean, I've worked with Councillor Gates for 13 years now, and this conversation about pathways in peri-urban areas is something that is not, we've had that debate before. But the reality is there are a number of peri-urban pathways, particularly in the west of the city, that are prioritised, and they should be prioritised, and they should also be funded through whole of city. That is appropriate and reasonable. It's not that every what this effectively proposes is that footpaths in peri-urban areas are not to be prioritised in advance of already identified urban paths. That effectively puts down the priority list almost every single pathway in most of Division 9. And of the top 20 projects, I think, if I remember correctly, 9 of them are on state roads in what would otherwise be known as peri-urban areas, but they connect really important sectors of the community. One example, Mr Mayor, is the Mudgerbah Caravan Park. Over the last 4 years, the Mudgerbah Caravan Park has been turned from a dangerous place to go that council officers required a police escort to visit. It was a terrible place, and new owners have taken over that park, and over the last 3 years, and you met them at the Mudgerbah Chamber of Commerce dinner, they have absolutely transformed that place. And one of the pieces of advocacy that we need to be undertaking is to make sure that those at-risk, vulnerable people who are living in that now transformed park, safe place, but those people are on pensions, they actually have a pathway that they can walk because they may not have transport. There's no public transport out there, Mr Mayor. So a pathway along Springbrook Road is actually a really important project. It's in the plan. There is already elements of that pathway project in the plan, and it is technically, throughout this area, a peri-urban area. The idea of the cost of pedestrian pathways and peri-urban areas to be shared between local area works only and whole of city budgets is ridiculous as well. Sometimes local area works is appropriate, and there's been times, Mr Mayor, I might spend $300,000 or $400,000 a year on pathways in Division 9. It's entirely appropriate, but the idea that we prescribe that it always is done that way as opposed to a whole of city investment in a strategic opportunity is, again, ridiculous. The other example I'd give you in relation to that is there's a peri-urban area. In fact, it's a rural zone, and it connects one of our whole of city parks, Hinterland Regional Park, to the largest sporting park in the city in Firth Park as far as sports go, outdoor sports go. It's a 65-hectare site that's designed for sports, and one of the pathways on the list is a strategic connection between Firth Park, where people play sport, up to Hinterland Regional Park, where lots of kids like to play, and they get to walk past cows on the way, which is pretty unique in the 6th largest city in the world. Our sporting hub, so close to farmland, Mr Mayor. And this resolution of Councillor Gates would effectively deprioritise that pathway, which is in the top 10.
Yeah. Just on it, it's the 6th largest city in Australia.
Sorry, in Australia. What did I say? You did say the world, did I? Wow.
But just
I stand corrected, Mr Mayor. It wouldn't be the first time I've let my pride about our city explode in an incorrect word. But Mr Mayor, we are, there's lots of reasons why this motion shouldn't make sense. The Transport Committee did express some support at length for what was ultimately the committee recommendation, and I would foreshadow the committee recommendation and wholeheartedly recommend it to the council once the decision is made.
Against form the motion, Councillor Fowler? No?
Yes, Mr Mayor, thank you. Mainly with what Councillor Gates has put forward, the additional of D and C, but D particularly I am in support of. My belief is that urban backlog must come first. When we're sitting here in a prioritisation, we've got a deficit of 1,500 candidate projects across our city at the moment. Urban areas where pedestrian demand is the highest, I think, should remain the highest priority for the city. I also think that some peri-urban network areas aren't core network priorities. They're not generally identified in the active transport network plan, and with the law program there is flexibility there. I think as councillors we all do contribute funding when we do have a local priority project that might be not a priority for the city, and that option still is available to us. I think that this change recommendation allows that to be more flexible in that it is law funding as well as some city funding to be considered, which I think is fair and balanced. So that's I support this change recommendation.
Sorry? Question, yeah?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just interested in the debate, and I suppose a question through you is point D points to will not be prioritised in advance of already identified urban paths. And the question I have is, there is, as I understand it through you to the AGM, there is already a path that is directed by the city and prioritised. So if we had it as D and says not prioritised in advance of already identified urban paths, if we just remove the word urban, wouldn't that then allow the list that currently exists to be in play without prioritising peri-urban versus urban, and say whatever the officers have deemed to be the priority gets delivered as the priority?
Through you, Mr Mayor, there was no intention to change the prioritisation to this report, so the adoption of this standard doesn't change the prioritisation and investment priorities. This report was really driving for a lower standard 1.2 metre, more affordable standard, typically driven by LAW funding because it will not appear on the prioritisation list. So I think the intent of the report and the recommendation will not change investment prioritisation across the city.
Point of clarification, Mr Mayor. Do you mean the committee recommendation or do you mean Councillor Gates' changed recommendation?
The committee recommendation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Taylor, speaking against.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And we did have a long debate about this, and this item coming to committee does give the ability for peri-urban paths to be redesigned to make it deliverable for residents that do need some sort of connectability. I didn't, and I think in the debate, it's not about each year we discuss what becomes prioritised as a local council. We go through each year, we come to our budget, and we'll determine what is prioritised or what isn't prioritised. I think it's important that all our residents on the Gold Coast are given every opportunity, and as a city every year, need to consider it appropriately. What this recommendation, our original recommendation did was talk about the options providing connectability for residents on the Gold Coast where they're not in urban situations, and to make it easier for local councils to deliver. So I found the original debate and the original outcome was appropriate, and that's why I don't support the current motion.
Okay. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Young, what do you want to do?
I was seeking to speak against the motion, Mr Mayor, if you'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll be
can't
brief.
For the balance of it. There's no for, so
I'll speak poorly for it.
Councillor Gates to close.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think I've been a little misunderstood. My understanding is that there are no peri-urban paths on the planning that has been prepared, and by allocating local area works or a portion of, I felt that a divisional councillor may be able to show their passion for a project and get support from whole of city funding for a particular path. I'm also very much aware that the state often contributes a 50% share of the paths on the state road network, and that's important and that should continue. What I'm trying to stress here is that we have a terrible backlog of footpaths in our urban areas that get kids safely to school, that responds to our active travel program that gets people out of their cars and onto the footpath network. The cost of delivery, although there are reduced scales suggested as part of the recommendation from the officers, in the rural and semi-rural areas, the cost of paths is enormous because of the size of the property, and the walkability of those areas is often restricted because of the size of the properties, rather than the high-density areas where we've got lots of young families, people making their way about our city as we're encouraging them to do. So I felt that a contribution of local area funds, rather than 100% as was suggested by the officers, was relevant and gave divisional councillors the opportunity to push forward with projects that they felt extremely passionate about. But in delivering for our ratepayers, I personally feel that we should be sticking to our mission, which is to increase active opportunities in our city by delivering the paths that we know that are necessary in the urban network.
Okay, Councillor, the debate is closed. You see the recommendation before you. All in favour shows hand. Division's call.
Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates.
Against.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Okay, the motion's lost. Shadow becomes the motion. Councillor Tozer to speak on it.
So moved the committee recommendation, but maybe I should ask for a seconder first.
Second is Councillor Young.
Mr Mayor, there was some great discussion about this, this idea that in peri-urban areas we need to have potentially a lower standard that can save money for the ratepayer and deliver still a safe solution to get people where they need to go. There's lots of peri-urban areas that have lots of pedestrian traffic. In fact, Gilston State School, Mudgerup Creek State School, Springbrook State School, Numbamba Valley State School are all in peri-urban areas, Mr Mayor, and those kids deserve to get to school safely as well. Mr Mayor, Hillcrest College, St Andrews Lutheran College, Silkwood School are all in peri-urban areas. These are important assets of our community. Whilst they're not council assets, they are important assets, and kids should be able to get to those schools safely as well. This project allows us to deliver a pathway connection in and around those areas at a lower cost just by reducing the standardised widths of pathways. The standardised pathway width is around that 1.5 to sometimes to 2 metres. This proposed change effectively assesses these projects such that they can have pathways delivered at 1.2 metres, which, as you might imagine, a 1.2 metre pathway as opposed to 2 is about 80 centimetres less concrete. It's a big saving, and those standards, in certain circumstances, we can even reduce that down to 1 metre. As you might imagine, Mr Mayor, outside of kind of peak times, that they might be rarely used, but they also last longer. Pathways in those areas are actually really heavily used over a long period. They need a little bit less maintenance because they're not being, run on every day. But they're really important. And the body of work that council officers undertook to get us to this point was really valued, particularly by those councillors who represent the West. Any suggestion, Mr Mayor, that peri-urban pathways should only be prioritised below urban pathways is an attack on the West, Mr Mayor. That's what it is. It tells us in our community, it tells our community that people who live in hinterland areas are less important than people who live in urban areas, and it's ridiculous. It's not what the council believes. It's not what any council member in this chamber should believe. And frankly, this resolution, the resolution we're talking about right here,
Point of order. Can I just
What's out of order, Mr Mayor? What's out of order?
Yeah, what's out of order?
I want to clarify, maybe it's a clarification, Mr Mayor, that I also represent the West, and I take offence at Councillor Tozer suggesting I haven't considered
It's not out of order, but you can speak against the motion. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In my final statement is this: that this project enables us to deliver a better pathway network, even in the hinterland, at a cost saving for ratepayers, and it's a good outcome. Most importantly, there is already an important algorithm that informs prioritisation of pathways. Some of those pathways, when they go through that algorithm, and we've had conversations in the Transport Committee about it. I colloquially call it the Prasser algorithm, which is one of our team leaders in charge of transport planning. And it takes the pedestrian counts, and it takes where the geographic location, and it takes the topography, and it takes a number of different variables into account to work out whether a pathway should be delivered, and that algorithm informs a priority list. I think there's about 500 pathways on that list, and funnily enough, some of those pathways are actually peri-urban pathways. They're important. That algorithm should inform our decision making, and this resolution that we're hopefully going to support today will intentionally make those pathways cheaper when they're in the hinterland. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Against the motion, anyone? No. Would you yield your closing remark to Councillor Peter Young?
Very much so.
Very grateful for that. Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Tozer. I'll be brief. And I think what has been lost a little bit is the work that's been done by the EGM and his officers on delivering a really good reformed set of guidelines or standards that we can adopt and implement to deliver safe and reliable pathways in those peri-urban areas. And I'm really grateful for that, because some years ago I raised this issue with staff because I had quotes of like $2 million for pathways in some of these rural streets, just completely unachievable. And the standards then that were being applied were those standards that we have adopted for the entire city, and so it was just impossible. So this has given us another tool to work with effectively. The committee decision doesn't talk about funding at all. The expectation, of course, is that divisional councillors would contribute significantly to achieve these outcomes. That's taken as it's not written, but it's taken as a fact. So I'm certainly endorse the committee recommendation. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, debate's closed, councillors. Division's called. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemel, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates.
Motion carried, super majority. Any other items to deal separately? Councillor Gates?
6, please, Mr Mayor.
We're going to 6.6, councillors.
Mr Mayor, I had come here today with the intention of moving a changed recommendation, but I'm not going to do that because I spoke to Councillor Hemel prior to the meeting. I did vote against this item at committee, and I will do so again today, primarily because I was instrumentally involved in the negotiations with the South Coast Restoration Society in their relinquishing the land that we...
Would you wait till the motion and then you can speak against it?
Okay.
Happy to move the motion, Mr Mayor, and then a seconder and Councillor Gates.
Okay, move 6.6. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Speak on that, Councillor Hemel.
Mr Mayor, just to briefly outline some of the discussion that occurred at committee, acknowledging that a significant part of this discussion was enclosed. So just to reflect on that, South Coast Restoration Society have been the leaseholder over this site for some 40 years. And there's 2 other licence agreements in place, which is the Granaba Country Music Club and eSWAV at the moment. Officers went through quite a detailed presentation of the level of consultation and stakeholder engagement that's occurred to date on this matter in the community consultation that's occurred about what the future of this very strategic piece of land in the north of the city looks like. It's 7 hectares of flood-free land on the west side of the M1, a rarity in our city, and something we need to look at what's best for the future of not just the north end of the Gold Coast, but the Gold Coast in general. Mr Mayor, the recommendation points to the fact that the current use of the site is not the highest and best use for the site moving forward, and sets out a master plan of what the site could be used for in the future, which is to fill a deficit of district level parkland that we need in that end of the city. Mr Mayor, it now enables discussions to occur, because I think all councillors receive correspondence from both those groups. It now enables officers to have the next level of conversations with those groups about what a transition out of the site looks like, what other opportunities in the city there may be for those uses to continue on at, or possibly for the use to continue on the site, but in a smaller footprint or a different footprint. So happy to support the officer recommendation, and would thank the officers involved in getting this one together, Mr Mayor. It's been quite a long process. We're not done yet by any stretch. We've got the next stages to go, but thank them for that work to date.
Okay. Speaking against, Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, can I just clarify through you to officers? I don't recall this being enclosed.
Legal advice was?
Just the legal advice. Correct. So, Mr Mayor, my reason for voting against it, I need to just put this on the record, was my involvement with the group over a very long period of time. I recognised, and I spoke to this at committee, that there have been issues along the way, but since they were identified to the South Coast Restoration Society, they took steps to address every issue of concern that was raised. And the problem that we now have is managing this site and allocating uses right across it. And it had been my hope that we could provide a space for South Coast Restoration Society moving forward as part of the master plan, and also for the Guanabara country music team, because they too have their site there, and I don't think there has been an alternative provided for either group into the future. So in my discussions with Councillor Hamill before we came in today, I decided not to move a changed recommendation because of the constraints on the site that have been identified, and I think that may have been in closed session, so I can't go into those constraints. But because the group acted in good faith with us in relinquishing their leasehold area, in allowing us to develop the Pimpamar Sports Hub, I can't in good conscience support their total removal from the site in advance of the master plan. So I will just simply be having my vote against this recorded.
Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr Mayor, thank you to Councillor Gates for a contribution, a little other bit of historical information there. I think importantly, I'd just like to finish by saying this doesn't mean these groups are kicked out of the city or kicked out of the site tomorrow. So it was stressed at committee that the reason for having this now was to give ourselves a 3-year window to work with these groups. So they've still got to the 2028 for their lease to continue. And in that time, there's definitely the intent of officers, and that was made clear on the day, that if any of those groups or all of those groups want to explore other options, there is possibly the option for the Country Music Club to remain on site in a community facility that's been identified in a new location. So it's not a case of you're out tomorrow. It's not a case of you're out of the city, most definitely. It's a case of we need to use the site to its highest and best use for the entire Gold Coast in the long term, and we'll continue discussions with you about if that includes you on the site or in a new part of the city possibly.
Okay. Debates closed. Divisions call. All in favour show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Gates, Councillor Patterson.
Motion carries supermajority. Any items deal separately, Councillor Peter Young?
To me, I'd like to move the committee recommendation for item 6.4, please.
6.4. Move. Seconder. Councillor Doran.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll be very brief and yield to Councillor Doran, perhaps. This deals with the recognition of Andrew Simons in the naming of an oval at Robina in his honour, and I strongly endorse the committee recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone want to speak against? Would you yield your closing to Councillor
Thanks, Mr
Doran? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I thank Councillor Young for he moved the change recommendation on my behalf at the Transport Committee, which I do appreciate. I think this has been canvassed in the media, Mr Mayor, but I would seek the indulgence of Council to say a few words about Andrew, but also to seek that they support the motion. So I think it's really important that we celebrate local heroes. Andrew came to the Gold Coast at the age of 15 from the north, and this proposal seeks to rename a Robina cricket ground that is primarily used by juniors, boys and girls. It's the second ground used by the Gold Coast Premier Cricket Club, the Gold Coast Dolphins, and primarily it is kids from 12 to 24 that are using this ground. Andrew was an Australian cricket legend. He's a Queensland icon, and for many he was a Gold Coast hero. He played 170 matches for the Gold Coast Dolphins as a premiership player, a life member. He contributed to the club in many other ways too, appearing in fundraisers, mentoring, donating, playing and advocating. And Mr Mayor, like you, he was a fierce advocate for the Gold Coast. I remember being in dressing rooms with Andrew when the Gold Coast was being mocked by other opposition or by other players, and there was no one more fierce in his defence of this city than Andrew, in my observation. 2 World Cup wins, 5 Sheffield Shield titles, and was universally known for his talent, athleticism, and of course his trademark zinc on his lips. His mum Barb is still alive. His father Ken has passed, and I'm sure will be very proud. Today, his wife Laura and his 2 kids, Will and Chloe, will be very appreciative of the fact that this city council, hopefully today, acknowledges his contribution to cricket in Australia, Queensland, but also on the Gold Coast. And Mr Mayor, I firmly believe that this is a worthy way to recognise Andrew's contribution to cricket, but also to the city. I'll close with this. I've said this, you might have heard a couple of times in the media, but when you played cricket with Andrew Symonds, you all walked a little taller, you were all a little braver, and if in taking this petition from local residents and connecting with the cricket community, it dawned on me that if one of those kids from 12 to 20 walk on to Andrew Symonds Oval and walk a little taller and be a little braver in the pursuit of their goals, that is more than enough worthiness for this renaming. And I close with that, Mr Mayor, and hope that everyone shows their support.
Yeah. Debate's closed, councillors. All in favour show hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately, Councillor Tozer?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to move item 6.5 separately to discuss some of the change recommendations. So it's moving the committee recommendation.
Move the recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, we made a slight change to this master plan, which was a pretty straightforward presentation. It just kind of gave us a bit of an overview of why we undertake master plans particularly for community infrastructure and open space. But we added one little element to it as we talked about it, and it became evident that there's actually quite a lot of master plans in the city. And item 2 was added at committee, and it talked about there being an index of master plans and concept plans that councillors can refer to at any one time. And in particular, we asked for a quadrennial report to council, and it's intended that quadrennial report would happen after the election. And so when a new councillor is elected, duly, appropriately elected by their community, they almost get within about the first 6 months, they'll get a briefing of all the master plans and concept plans that have been delivered in their division and across the city, so they can familiarise themselves with the previous decisions of council. We think that's a really helpful exercise to undertake. And I know that if I had as a councillor who came in when you came in, Mr Mayor, in 2012, it took me a couple of years to work out all the concept plans and master plans. And sometimes it was just, you didn't know the questions to ask, or you didn't know that something existed. And this new system allows us to make sure that whenever there's a transition in council, whenever a new councillor is elected, they're effectively comprehensively briefed about the master plans and concept plans that have been delivered in the city and their division, so they can make good decisions and, move the community in a different direction if they want to, but also double down on decisions of past councils if that can help, and a project can be delivered swifter and more specifically to the community need. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Anyone want to speak against the motion? Debate's closed. All in favour show hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Councillor Doran?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to deal with 6.2 and move the committee recommendation.
Move committee recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this is a agenda item in response to a petition from residents along Heights Drive and Silver Maple in Robina. The community generated this petition and it was in response to an experience that they've had of an increase in parking in their streets mainly due to some constructions in the area, but also due to their concerns over speeding and rat running in what is a very localised neighbourhood. The policy settings that we then assess that against might not align with the experience of residents, and I think sometimes we need to accept that a change in circumstances is what they experienced, not necessarily that it's the worst it could possibly be. And I think that that is something that we're experiencing here. Officers comprehensively investigated their concerns, Mr Mayor, and they collected data around the parking occupancy and traffic volumes. Traffic surveys were conducted over a 7-day period, and they showed that along Heights Drive, it had an average of 1,000 vehicles a day, but an average speed of 41 kilometres, which, again, not to discount the concerns of the local community, but really great to have that data. Parking was a bit different, so parking surveys were undertaken from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on a weekday and on a weekend, and showed that estimated parking supply of around 71 spaces where the peak occupancy was around 40%. So once again, their experience when they live there is different to what the benchmark, which is 85%, Mr Mayor, before we start to have a problem within the city. I wanted to just reference the change of the recommendation, which was a slight change to then request a second test of the data sampling in 2026, and I appreciated the Chair of Transport Infrastructure for moving this and changing that on my behalf, simply because there has been a significant change in the recent months. This committee change recommendation allows us to look at it again in March 2026 and ensure that there's not a worsening situation, Mr Mayor. So it's not to discount the problem now, and it's a simple check in 2026 to say, has it gotten worse? And if it has, we can respond accordingly at that time. I just want to lastly acknowledge the frustration of local residents, but also the expertise of the city officers, and appreciate that they took this petition seriously. They've investigated accordingly, and they will respond to the lead petitioner. I thank the residents for bringing it up, and I also acknowledge the city officers' work in identifying it and investigating it seriously. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Against the motion, debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors?
Every item.
Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Item 12, consideration notice of motion. Neil?
Excuse me, Mr Mayor. May I request we take a lunch break soon?
In a minute. 13, question on notice. Mr Cilia, any question on notice?
Not that I'm aware.
Nil. Presentation of petition, we'll do it after lunch. All right, we'll come back at, what do you want? How long?
30 minutes.
30 minutes, good enough? 30 minutes. Quorum. Streaming's on. 14.1, Councillor Young.
Mr Mayor, I move that the petition requesting that Council address the destruction of a dangerous dog be received and a report prepared and presented to the appropriate committee for consideration.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting that Council conduct a thorough investigation and road safety audit of the intersection of Cottesloe Drive and Rio Vista Boulevard to implement appropriate alternative traffic calming measures be received and referred to a committee for consideration.
Second, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting that Council support and address the impacts of wandering cats on residents, property and wildlife be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor O'Neill. All in favour, show of hands. Against.
It's great to hear your voice.
You're
Great to hear your voice.
Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I have two petitions. The first one is a petition requesting that Council implement a direct water billing system for all lot owners in any subsidiary scheme of Emerald Lakes.
Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried. Back to you again.
Second one, Mr Mayor, I move a petition requesting that Council not allow the privatisation and commercial development of public coastal land be received and referred to a committee for consideration and a report.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a petition of 162 signatures and I move that the petition requesting that Council ensure that all major assessments go to full Council for a decision be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting that Council review, develop and implement a new approach to Tallabudger Creek be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Second to Councillor Dort. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm just wondering, I don't know whether you can answer this, Councillor Martin, but my belief is that creeks are under the jurisdiction of Gold Coast Waterways. Would we be passing that on to them or would be seeking
we'll send it to the committee and they'll go.
Thank you.
Right. Second to Councillor Doran.
Yes.
All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Patterson.
Sorry.
What's happened?
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, I know, but I'm sticking to 14.8. Okay. Then I'll come back to 14.10. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting Council to reconsider the change to times to metered parking hours at Gold Coast Aquatic Centre be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Second to Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a petition of 14 signatures here and I move that the petition regarding the dilapidated property in Tallow not be received, and 2, that the lead petitioner be provided with additional detail outlining the limitations on the City Administration's powers to intervene in the matters raised by the petition.
Okay. Seconder. Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this is if you don't mind me quickly speaking to it, it's a bit unorthodox.
Okay.
Mr Mayor, I've chosen to not receive the petition in this case because the matters outlined in this, whilst they could form part of a council report, most of the matters relate to QPS or other state government mechanisms. It makes no sense for us to table petitions that are chiefly being dealt with by other levels of government, and it wastes our officers' time. And so the officers have very kindly prepared a statement for me, which I'll provide to the petitioners, and I'll personally write to the other petitioners on the list with a copy of that statement, even if the lead petitioner doesn't choose to do so.
Okay. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Martin, back to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition with over 1,200 signatures requesting that Council undertake a review of the recent parking meter changes, conduct a trial, 30 minutes of free parking in the commercial precinct of Burleigh Heads, and conduct local stakeholder consultation, be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Just confirm, just doing the latest count, 366 signature, okay?
Sorry, Mr. Mick, question, is that total signatures or those that have been, is that distilling down?
Combined. Okay. Compliance.
Okay.
Okay. Second, anyone? Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. It's important because you've got to stick to the facts. Not you, but the member for Burleigh doesn't get it right sometimes. So back to Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the petition regarding the council resolution on major assessment approvals be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Gates.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I have a petition of 34 signatures and it's relating to major assessment development applications bypassing committee and full council, and I move that it be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Right. GBs, councillors 15.1. I move the motion. Councillor Hamill, this one, to Sydney. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 15.2. Councillor Peter Young to Sydney. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried. 15.3, Councillor Taylor to Sydney. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried. We move to other businesses. 16.1, draft end of year financial 2024-25 position. CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We'll be required to go into close to have this discussion.
Okay. Commercial confidence? Budget. Okay. I move that we go into closed budget matters. Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Streaming off. This is to let the gallery know that they're opened. Okay. I'll go to Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, we had an update in close on the end of year financial position. I thank the ELRT team for that update. I wanted to take the opportunity, Mr Mayor, in open to also congratulate Karen Farquhar on her recent appointment to CFO of the city. Karen enjoys a great relationship with a lot of councillors and is well known to all of us and has got some exceptional experience in local government that we know put her in an excellent position to be our new CFO. So we look forward to working with her, Susan and the entire team as we head towards the upcoming budget workshops and head into the 26-27 budget process.
Yeah, congratulations, Karen. Right, councillors, I move the recommendation that's on the screen. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Councillors, we go to 16.2. Right? Yeah. 16.2. Just a second. Any questions, councillors? Move the recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried. What do you want to do?
Just that.
Councillors, if you can just stay behind after I close the... Mr CEO wants to say a few words. Meeting closed at 14:13.